At this time, I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, please call the roll.
Arencibia?
Present.
Emerald?
Here.
Lopez Zepeda?
Here.
Segura? Aguirre?
Here.
This is the point of the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting and in accordance with the Government Code, Section 54954.3A. The board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting before or during consideration of that item. Each person wishing to address an item on the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
There are no speakers, Mr. President.
If there are no further communications, then I will recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items as posted on the meeting notice. 1, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code 48916 489 through 48918, students identified by case and ID number. Number 2, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. 4, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We will now adjourn to closed session. I'd like to reconvene the regular board meeting. The clerk of the board, can you please call roll?
Arencibia,
Present.
Emerald, Lopez Zepeda,
Here.
Segura,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Aguirre,
Here.
Ringfield.
We will now uphold a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. Number one, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code Section 48916 to 48918. Students are identified by case and ID number. Number two, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. Number three, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number four, conference with legal negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. The board took no reportable action. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the May 13th, 2024 regular board meeting with the change that the board will consider board agenda item H5 after the presentation from Bonita Vista High School's VMD.
So moved. Second.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
With that, we are very proud today. To something near and dear to my heart is happy to have Bonita Vista High School's award-winning triple show choir, Sound Unlimited, along with Principal Lee Romero and vocal music director Michael Atwood, who have a presentation for us. For those of you who don't know, I mean, it's one of the things, I was a part of Music Machine in 1987-89, and I view it as one of the foundational educational experiences I had, along with IB over at Bonita Vista High School. As a matter of fact, my college essay was about one of the performances and what I felt going through it. And it's just nice to have my kid, participating in the same program and to see the values passed on through that. So I just want to introduce Principal Lee Romero and Michael Atwood, the director.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguirre. Board members, thank you for giving us this opportunity. When Deanne called a couple of weeks ago and said we can bring up one wonderful program we have at Bonita Vista High School, it was very difficult. And I told her, when I was your teacher, maybe I have a little more clout. I could have 5 different programs. And she said, no, just one. So this program, I'm going to tell you, is a wonderful program. And I thought back, and if you don't know, I was a graduate of Bonita Vista High School, class of '81. And back in 1981, all the cool kids, smart kids, were part of the Music Machine and Sound Unlimited. And I said that only just to kind of give Dr. Arancibia a little plug there, that all the cool kids were part of that. And he wasn't listening, so. But these are the coolest kids and the most talented kids and smart, and I'm so proud that they're here and they can present to you and sing something for you. But what I do want to take a few moments to thank is Mr. Atwood here. He's been here with us for 2 years. He's a brand new teacher, and he was a member of the Music Machine, and so he's part of that culture, and he's part of the reason why we're coming back. After the pandemic, it was very difficult because a lot of our extracurricular activities have taken kind of a right turn, and Mr. Atwood has been correcting it and bringing it back. So I want to publicly thank you for everything that you've done for our school. And I am so honored to present to you a couple students that are going to say something. Is that right? Okay. Why don't you guys, whoever wants to come up and say something.
And no pressure, by the way. It's relax, okay?
I told them that if they weren't good, I would be fired.
That's accurate.
Don't worry, I got my speech
speech with me. I'm ready. Can I move this?
Of course.
Thank you. Good evening. Hi, my name is Kaylin Connors. I attend Bonita Vista High School, and I am a member of Sound Unlimited. I've been in this program for the past 4 years, serving as the assistant director for 2 of those years. Being in Sound Unlimited has been the most memorable experience of my life. Sound has taught me valuable life lessons, got me through the worst of times, like the pandemic, and has given me a family like no other. I genuinely couldn't imagine my life without sound. I knew I wanted to be a sound girl when Sound Unlimited came to my elementary school and performed for us. Not only did I love their sparkly gold dresses, but I loved that they all looked so happy being on that stage singing and dancing for us. When we have community performances like that, I always think about the younger me in that audience, mesmerized by the girls and the songs they sang. Little me would have had no clue that in a few years she'd be one of them up on that stage singing for kids who were just like her. Every time we perform at elementary schools, I always go on stage knowing that someone in that audience will have the same story as me and get to experience the amazing things the vocal music department at Bonita has to offer. From the middle school to the high school, the vocal music department gave me a space to pursue my love for music and learn new skills, including sight reading and dancing. Not only did the VMD fulfill my childhood dreams, but the program also gave me some of the most important people in my life. These wonderful individuals got me through my lowest times, always managing to pick me up and put me back together. I come into class every day knowing that I'll leave happier than when I entered. As my time in Sound Unlimited is coming to an end, I'm thinking a lot more about just how important this experience has been to me and the fact that I want as many people as possible to get to experience the things I did. Many times, people say that extracurricular activities and performing arts can distract you from schoolwork, and I'd have to thoroughly disagree. Sound Unlimited has made me even more responsible, as it has forced me to manage my time effectively and learn crucial organizational skills. For example, I was able to not only pursue music, but be a part of the field hockey team at Bonita, as well as a student pursuing the International Baccalaureate Diploma. As a soon-to-be high school graduate, attending UC Davis in the fall, I give all the credit for my success to the people involved in this amazing program. I cannot wait for the future generations of Bonita to experience the vocal music department, and I send my greatest thanks to the alumni that came before me. Looking around at all the individuals who run the program today, I see that I am not the only one who knows what it's like to be a part of something that you'll always remember. Every single person I interact with on a daily basis in Sound Unlimited is an alumni of the VMD program. The fact that these people came back to this program to put in the love and effort they received in the past shows just how important the VMD is. I cannot wait to see the vocal music department continue to grow and flourish in the years to come, and I look forward to being a proud alumni of the program, being there to cheer them on. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Sophia Petrulius, and I've had the honor and privilege of spending my high school career alongside the Bonita Vista Vocal Music Department. When I was in 6th grade, we had an awards ceremony at school. I was impressed that my school had hired professional singers to perform. Their performance was incredible and truly made a lasting impression on me. From that point on, I set my sights on becoming a sound girl. Luckily, that dream became a reality. And after spending 2 years in the Bonita Vista Middle Advanced Choir and 4 years in Sound Unlimited, I can genuinely say that this department has changed my life for the better. I have been introduced to like-minded people who share the same passion for performance as me. Our collective drive to create art not only brings us together on stage, but off. This program has gifted me with my best friends and an unparalleled support system. I know I speak for my peers when I say that this program has brought me a sense of belonging that I have yet to find in any other area of my life. As teenagers, it's imperative to have spaces where we feel heard. I'm lucky enough to say that this program is that space for me. As a department, everything we do is a direct expression of the people in it. Thoughts and opinions are always welcomed and taken into consideration. It's incredibly uplifting to see ideas that you propose reflected in a performance, as it fills you with an overwhelming sense of validation. As I prepare to move on to the next chapter of my life, I will always carry the values that I've learned from the vocal music department alongside me. These values include leadership, accountability, sportsmanship, and collaboration, just to name a few. These provide the framework for the person I am and the person who I strive to become. I can say with utter certainty that I would not be where I am today without my involvement in the Bonita Vista Vocal Music Department. Hence, I'd like to extend my most sincere gratitude to our district board members for making programs like these possible. You are giving so many students like myself the opportunity to understand their place and purpose. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, I'm Michael Atwood, the Vocal Music Director at Bonita Vista, and as my students take the stage up here in preparation, I always preface when I talk about my job, it's an honor and a privilege to serve. And as a product of Bonita Vista High School and the middle school, and it's an honor and privilege to serve in this role and give back to my schools and the district that gave me so much. And to give you a glimpse of what these opportunities these students have, every year so this spring we did a trip to New York, and they did a workshop where they actually got to work with one of the original cast members of Hamilton. So that's a cool experience they got to have. We perform about 40 to 50 times a year. Everything from Balboa Park December Nights to my other group, Music Machine, will be on the Midway this year for Memorial Day. So it's just these awesome experiences they have in their day, and and also the community they have with that. So tonight they'll be singing a selection from their competition show. Truthfully, it's Mr. Merrill's favorite song they do, so that's why we're doing it for him. And it's from their competition show, which they won. They won their competition at Oceanside this year, and it's The Long and Winding Road. Da, da, da. With that, thank you. Thank you for the support, and thank you for everything. Thank you.
We'd like to take a picture with the board. If
Oh,
you could stay up
yes.
here.
Picture time.
Sorry. Parents, feel free to come up and take pictures. Don't be shy. I know you're out there.
Okay, I'm going to take a first shot here, okay? Here we go. Here we go. Make
sure you can see me. Yeah? All right, here we go. 1, 2, and 3. All right, anybody else can go?
And that as you can tell, my kid's involved in that, obviously, but I think it's, Atwood doesn't deserve nearly the credit that he doesn't get the credit he deserves. That's a 60-hour-a-week proposition in terms of getting them to that point. And to me, it's a recognition that come full circle that the arts are so necessary, and we have to find ways of funding it, even if it's private funding and donations from folks, because that program costs money, just like every other arts program here in our district costs money. So I'm hoping that we can support it. The board will now consider board agenda item H5, a report on resolution number 4683, the support for African American students.
Thank you. Ms. Scott, if you can please introduce the item.
Yes, of course.
Ms. Scott, I have the clicker. Okay. And just before Ms. Scott begins, I'd like to just point out for the board and the audience that what you're about to hear is really stemming from work that started many years ago when we were in the midst of the pandemic and a lot of change in the year 2020. That's when the unfortunate incident happened with the police and George Floyd. Our district, along with countless other agencies and businesses, were very deliberate about making sure we were vocal in the support of Black Lives Matter and the support of our African American students. Dr. Aguirre and I attended a listening session with some students from Eastlake High School that year. That tumultuous year, remember it was COVID, there were protests all over the place. And one of the things that we heard very loud and clear was that there needed to be some specific programming for our African American students so that they could be seen, they could be heard, and we could respond to some of their concerns. So out of that, there was a resolution in June of 2020 led by Dr. Joe Fulcher, who was Assistant Superintendent here. And from that, this effort really around supporting Black student unions on our campuses and creating activities that directly support our students was born and continued. And so what you're going to hear, led by Ms. Sasha Scott, Ms. Sesha Haynes, I saw Ms. Moena Santee, and I don't know if Don Dumas is here, but what you're going to hear is really some very passionate work that has gone on to support not just our African American students, because we know, as Ken Wesson has taught us, he was a consultant that we had teaching about how to teach math to our students. When we It's the curb cut effect. When we make sure that we are assisting a specific group of our students, in this case African Americans, all of our students benefit from the work that we're doing here. And I think you'll see at the end of this presentation that very fact. So I turn it over to Ms. Scott and Ms. Haynes. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moore. Good evening, Board President and the rest of the board and cabinet and guests in the audience. We are very excited to be here today to present to you some of the work that we have been doing this year with the Black student unions across the district. So first and foremost, my name is Sasha Scott. I am a proud principal at Mar Vista Academy. Myself and our partners we are called the BSU Elders. Dr. Moore leads the group, and then Sasha Haynes, Assistant Principal at Olympian High School, Moena Santee, Independent Study Alt Ed Assistant Principal, and Don Dumas, who is a teacher at Bonita Vista High School. He's at his own board meeting tonight, so he couldn't be here, but he sends his regards. I'm gonna go ahead and talk to you a little bit about some statistics for our district, and then we'll jump into the meat and potatoes of the presentation. So, Sweetwater Union High School District hosts about 1,191 African-American students district-wide, both middle and high school. That makes up approximately 3.4% of our student population, and the range at every site ranges from about 1% to 8% of each site's campus contains African-American students. Based on our current data, we have some suspension data that, again, we're always looking on how we can better support our students. High school African-American students have been suspended. 6.89% of the high school African-American students have been suspended at least once, and 9.36% of our middle school African-American students have been suspended at least once. Now, when we see this kind of data, we all know as educators that the most important thing is for these students to find a connection. And if they feel connected to the school site, connected to the district, they are more likely to stray away from the things that could get them suspended. So our goal this year was to try to support all of our African American students and their allies and their advisors throughout the district. We made BSU events to try to establish that sense of belonging and connectedness within our district. Yes, we are a small group, but we are mighty and they are important and they matter. So we want our African American students district-wide to know they are seen, they are heard, and we value them. And so by being a group that hosts events and allows them to connect with each other, and then also being a support to our BSU advisors to help them support their students. That was our ultimate goal this year.
Hello, everyone. Sasha Haynes again. So yeah, I have been an BSU advisor at every school site that I've been a part of in this district. I was one at Olympian High School, before that Sweetwater High School, and before that Otay Ranch High School. So I've seen the gamut from East Side, West Side, from Sweetwater, which had about 1% Black population, to now Olympian, which is the one that's at about 8% population. And through all of those, there's commonalities in all of those, which is how do we support our students? And how we support our students, we felt, was by first supporting our advisors. It is not a paid position to be an advisor of BSUs, but we also know that it's important that every school in our district has one, from the middle school to the high schools. So we started that with some district events. We had some BSU advisor meetings. It was the first time ever the district has gotten together and invited every middle school and high school to bring an advisor from there. And it really does, it starts with supporting the teachers. If the teachers feel supported, then they can support the students. So by having them be open and honest with what they needed, from anywhere from recruiting students to come to the meetings to how do they have the tough conversations that might happen in this safe place for our students. So we started with those. Then we went and had some amazing events where we really wanted our students to meet other students that were at other districts. They got to see other students that look like them. We started with an amazing program at Hilltop High School where we had Black Talk, we had staff members, we had parents, and we had kids come to talk about what it felt like to be a Black student in our district, how we could support them, how we already are supporting them, and what we could do next. We did other events, including a really big event that we finished off with, which is our RISE conference, which was on a Saturday, and students from all over the district came over, and we had some amazing workshops. So that's just some of the district events we did, plenty more. We also got to, for the first time, because now we were building a community, we got to do community events for the first time ever. So we got to go to the Black College Expo together. We got to go to the first ever Black History Month flag raising ceremony at Southwestern College, the first time they've ever done that. And because we had built this community, we as advisors were able to talk to each other about going, and multiple schools went. So that's a list of some of the community events we went to, but I don't want to talk about them all. I want the kids to. So I'm going to be showing some cute pictures that you can look at while our amazing students speak. Come on, you go first, Maya.
Good afternoon. I'm Maya Murchison. I'm a senior at Eastlake High School. I am the BSU president at Eastlake, as well as I'm also the statewide president of the Black Students of California United, which is basically the BSU of California. So I would first like to start by saying thank you so much for your funding to allow 20 of our Sweetwater students to attend the BSU Black Excellence Conference this year. This was the first year that Sweetwater students this many Sweetwater students were able to attend the conference. I believe it's really important for students to attend the conference because not only does it develop leadership skills and communication skills, but it also develops a sense of belonging and community that not many of us students feel in our campuses because of such a lack of representation in our schools. I would also like to say thank you for your support with the BSUs. With the BSUs, we've had so many amazing events that have been so much fun. I personally, as a senior, feeling this sense of community has been so helpful and support in my college journey. And so I would like to say thank you for that. As president of the BSCU, I am the voice of not only our district, but also of the state. And so I really like being able to represent San Diego. Is a great honor that I hold, and I like to say thank you for giving our schools the resources so students like me and the students here are going to speak soon, this opportunity to do things like this. And yes, so thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Braylon Jenkins. I am a BSU president at Bonita Vista High School. I first want to say thank you to all of you guys again for this year. All the support you guys have given me in my school, I can't thank you guys enough. I come from a private school, Victory Christian, where we don't have any clubs, no ethnic group, no representation. So coming to a school or a district like Sweetwater, where we do have these clubs and we do have this support, it really did benefit me. I had no guidance. I didn't really know about my culture. I also didn't know what it was like to be a leader, even though everybody always thought of me as a leader. So having a BSU advisor like Mr. Dumas, having a district that puts on these events like this was amazing for me. I was heading down the wrong path with grades and sports and everything, hanging around with the wrong type of people, and being a part of a community like this where we have people that strive for excellence and strive for greatness. It allowed me to, my junior and senior year, have a 4.2 GPA and be committed to college. So, and that wouldn't have been possible without, a school, an advisor, and yet a district like you guys that support us. When I heard that you guys were allowing us to go up to Fresno for, I think it was a week or 3 days. Yeah.
Felt like a week, right?
It did. But when I heard that was something that was going to be provided by a school district, I was blown away. Being able to, multiple planes, buses, great hotel, great experience, being able to network with higher level individuals, that was just amazing for me. And I really can't thank you guys enough. And I think that where we're at right now is just the beginning. There obviously is a lot more that can be done, but I really do appreciate you guys for all your hard work. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Khadija Mohammed. I'm treasurer for the BSU at Hilltop High School. Last year, I wasn't involved in the BSU, but this year I've noticed there was a more active BSU presence, and I chose to be in a leadership position. In this role, I've improved skills in collaborating and communicating. We've planned events for Black History Month and had meetings to speak up and learn about current social issues. I feel BSU has given me a safe space to interact with other Black students. BSU has allowed students that wouldn't know each other otherwise to connect. There were many district-sponsored events like Black Talk, Rise, and the BSU conference in Fresno, which were not offered last year. BSU has become an important part of my senior year. It has provided me with a community and a voice. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Taye Blandaruya. I am the BSU president at Chula Vista Middle School. My favorite event this year was undoubtedly the Rise Conference. It was an enlightening experience that delved deep into the significance of historical Black colleges and universities, and the vital importance of understanding one's civil rights and encountering law enforcement. This is important to me because my dream after high school is to attend Howard University and learning more about HBCUs has cemented that dream for me. Exploring these topics provided invaluable insights into our society's history and current challenges. Participating in district events this year has definitely equipped my necessary knowledge and skills to navigate similar discussions and engagements at the high school level within the BSU. This educational journey has not only broadened my understanding, but also important conversations within our community. I'd like to take this time to thank Dr. Moore and the BSU elders for allowing us to attend so many great events. These experiences have truly been invaluable, and it is my hope that these opportunities will continue throughout the rest of my educational journey in this district. Thank you.
Oh, there's just us. We're so cute. All right, so we just want to finish with letting you know how else you guys have supported us. We wanted to make sure that now that we have this community of BSUs in all of our schools, what we're going to do for those that are leaving us. So our 8th graders who are going to promote, we have created a Sweetwater District BSU pin for them to wear on their promotion day. And for our seniors this year, we have a hand-sewn from Ghana kente cloth senior sash that each of our seniors that participated in, and it will get as well.
So we have some more goals for next year, again, to continue to host regular meetings, not only for our advisors, our student leaders, but then also host different district events and be able to take our students to other community and county events. We want to revamp Rise a little bit. We struggle on a Saturday because we compete with spring sports tryouts and winter sports playoffs and club this and club that. So it's really hard to get the bulk of the kids that we want to come to the conference. So we have a little connection with Mr. Dumas at Southwestern College. And so we are hoping that the board would support us in possibly moving the event to Southwestern College during a weekday so that we can take our students, the bulk of our students, as many as that can go, to Southwestern College so they can get the full experience of the Rise Conference. And then our other hope, fingers crossed, we would love to take a group of students on an HBCU tour. Many of the elders, well, except for Moina. Moina is an alumni from HBCU, but everyone else, Sesha and I, we were talking about how we didn't learn about what an HBCU was until we were out of college. And we don't want that experience for our students. They should be exposed to HBCUs. They should learn about it if that's an option for them as well. So we'd love to take a small group on an HBCU tour. But again, we thank you for your support. We thank the advisors. Jessica Nascimento from Hilltop High is here. She's played a crucial role as well. The elders, Miss Murchison, Maya's mom, has helped us as well. And we thank all of you for the opportunity to be able to do this for our students. So thank you.
Thank you, President Arancibia. We really wanted to take an opportunity to highlight the work that we've been doing to support our Black students. It's critically important to make sure we're helping them feel seen and heard. As Dr. Moore mentioned, we were part of a meeting, and we just wanted to opportunity to highlight the great work that they've been doing. So thank you. And if we can do a brief picture before you.
I actually have one speaker to this item before we do that, if that's okay.
Sure, be great.
Dina Donato Palmore.
Good evening. I reviewed the 2020 resolution and couldn't help but think, and I'm gonna probably blow this, esse quam videri, to be rather than to seem. I honor the BSU elders for their work at the school sites. They create students' communities of belonging and affirm the history, contributions, and future of African American Black students and the community. They embody esse quam videri. I hope that one day the Sweetwater community will have diversified its staff so that there is more than one African American male counselor throughout the whole district, more than 3 African American female counselors throughout the whole district, more than a handful of African American teachers, both in general education and special education in each school site, and more African American businesses who are approved vendors for Sweetwater Union High School District. I hope that there are more African American students placed in advanced classes and excelling, that there's less suspension of African American students and less assumptions of abilities in and out of the classrooms. Our students have the right to excel in their education in a safe and nurturing environment and be treated with respect and dignity. I honor the students and the BSU elders. Congratulations and thank you.
No further speakers.
So we can invite you to the front to take a quick picture.
Thank you again. Bye-bye. We will now have a message from Superintendent Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you, President Arancibia. Good evening, everybody, and buenas tardes. Welcome to our May 13th meeting of the Board of Education. Before beginning with this update, I would like to take a moment to offer. Oh, I'll wait for that.
Time's up.
That was quick. I only get 3 seconds.
Signing you. Oh, no.
Are we okay? Okay. Before beginning with this update, I would like to take a somber moment to offer condolences to the family of Miss Michelle Beal, who had been the president of the School Counseling and Guidance Association. Our condolences to her friends and family. I'll give ours a little moment of silence. So now to go on with the monthly update. This is our last meeting of the Board of Trustees while school is still in session. When our next meeting occurs on June 10th, the schools will be out of session. To all of those seniors getting ready to graduate, study hard and finish strong. The same goes for all of those 8th graders getting ready to promote. The month of May brings many celebrations, so let me begin by saying thank you to all of our staff. In particular, I'll try to make sure I capture all the celebrations that happen over the course of this month. Thank you to all of our teachers. Since last week was Teacher Appreciation Week, congratulations, Sweetwater teachers. Last week, we also celebrated National School Nurse Day. Congratulations to all of our incredible school nurses for all that you do day in and day out. The month of May also has celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Congratulations to our AAPI community. May 1st was School Principals Day. Thank you to our principals for all that you do. April 23rd was School Bus Driver Day. Thank you to all of our bus drivers. Again, for all the work that you do. We know that you're out there representing those yellow buses every day, so thank you for what you do. The third week of May will also be a celebration of our classified employees throughout the district, so thank you to our classified staff. Here are some highlights of activities that have happened since our last board meeting. We hosted State Assemblyman David Alvarez at Southwest High School to visit the Eco-Engineering and Farm-to-Table program. Also, thank you to our Director of Nutrition Services and outstanding Eric Span, who really leads our program in a really just amazing way, and he will be recognized nationally for the work that he does. So we had an opportunity to visit there. I had an opportunity to attend the Filipino Culture Night at Olympian High School. Again, my gratitude for that invitation. It's great to be out at Olympian supporting our Filipino community. I had the opportunity to attend the Adelante Mujer Conference at UCSD, and thank you for UCSD being such a great partner to support our students. Attended a community garden mural ribbon cutting at Chula Vista High School, so thank you to Chula Vista High School for that event. Also had an opportunity to meet with San Diego State University's External Advisory Committee for the School of Education. It was a great discussion about some of the trends that are going on at the School of Education at SDSU. And they, as we all know, we have the Compact for Success, and they're a great partner to us. So among other things, we discussed briefly their possibility of participating in some type of physical location down in Chula Vista. It's been a conversation for many years in the making, but we're continuing to move that conversation forward. So that's it's heartening to see San Diego State really listening to the community in that regard, and hopefully that comes to fruition in the future. I would say near future, but there's a lot of steps to get there. Also attended the countywide Salute to Teachers event organized by San Diego County Office of Education, and had an opportunity to meet, to visit with Dr. Cereza, the new county superintendent. Also at Montgomery Middle, we had a ribbon cutting in partnership with the San Diego Y, formerly the YMCA, and a partnership with PNC Bank and the San Diego Wave, the women's soccer team. It was a great event, a partnership for Montgomery Middle School, and really for our students, and from a larger perspective for our community. Attended the employee annual recognition event, and I have to express my gratitude to Nadej Johnson, who helped put on that event. It was done at National City Middle's courtyard, and I didn't realize what an amazing event space that could be. So thank you to Ms. Johnson for having set up that wonderful event to celebrate our employees. Thank you. Also had an opportunity to attend San Ysidro High School's second annual college signing day. It was great to see kids getting excited about their next phase of their career as they move on to college. It was smiles all around, and really grateful to see our students getting ready for college. Also like to offer congratulations to one Mr. Manny Hermosillo, who will be retiring as baseball coach at Montgomery High School after 41 seasons of coaching baseball. 41. Great work, and our gratitude to Coach Hermosillo. He's instructed and provided edification to a lot of generations of students that have gone through his baseball program. So thank you, Coach Hermosillo. Lastly, on Friday at Chula Vista Middle School, we had an opportunity to host State Senator Steve Padilla to celebrate again our district's own Eric Span, who has been named as the Nutrition Services Director of the Year across the nation. What a wonderful honor, and I think it reflects Mr. Span's dedication to our district, to providing healthy meals, and really to being quite the innovator, not just across our community, across the state, but across the country. So thank you and congratulations, Mr. Span. And so with that, thank you, and gracias por la oportunidad de seguir sirviendo.
And now we will have a report from the Student Board Representative, Mr. Isaiah Wingfield.
Yay. All right. Good evening, everyone. Happy May. So last week, I met with ASB presidents as they concluded their high school careers. As far as events on campus, ASBs are beginning to have their end-of-year assemblies, senior picnics, senior sunsets, and grad night events at Disneyland and Six Flags to commemorate their senior years. AP exams also continue this week. Tomorrow at 7:30 a.m., I have an AP English language exam, so wish me luck.
Good luck.
On campus, seniors are evidently ready to leave. The senior-itis is at an all-time high, they say. The president said teachers have been struggling in terms of communication with their freshmen. There was a situation at one campus in which graduation rehearsal and prom are scheduled on the same day. ASB presidents expressed their wish to be penciled in to speak at graduation annually. Other than that, seniors are incredibly excited to graduate and move on in their academic careers. They have committed to multiple colleges from Southwestern College to SDSU to UCLA. As for me, we have concluded our voter registration campaign for this school year, and we successfully registered over 1,300 students to vote. Thank you. It has been an incredible experience, and I truly want to thank everyone involved for allowing me to do this. So yeah, just allowing me to take part in something bigger than myself. It's way larger than myself, so thank you. And then also, as for that presentation, I actually founded the BSU on my campus. It's been an amazing experience. I feel like here, we're a minority within minorities. And, living on this side, I feel often that I'm disconnected from my roots and I'm disconnected from my heritage. So BSU has just been an amazing way to blend my culture with others and to educate myself and to educate others. For our BSU, 50% of our BSU do not identify as black. So it's really something to blend. It's a blending ethnicities, blending groups experience. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Isaiah. So move on to item D1. Conduct a public hearing for the public to respond to the Sweetwater Union High School District's initial proposal to the National Association of Government Employees NAGE, Chapter R12, R12-050, SEIU, the exclusive representative of the Supervisors Bargaining Unit, and approve the initial proposal from the district to NAGE. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers to this?
There are no speakers.
Okay, so the public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to approve item D1?
So moved.
Second. Ringfield,
Abstain.
Arancibia,
Yes.
Emerald,
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, this was a hearing for public to respond to, D2, conduct a public hearing for the public to respond to the Sweetwater Union High School District's initial proposal to the California State School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 258, the exclusive representative of the Operations Support Services Bargaining Unit, Chapter 471, the exclusive representative of the Office Technical and Business Services Bargaining Unit, and Chapter 731, the exclusive representative of the Paraprofessional Bargaining Unit, and approve the initial proposal from the district to the CSEA. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers?
There are no speakers.
Do I the public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to approve item D2?
Second.
Ringfield,
Abstained.
Arancibia,
Yes.
Emerald,
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, item D3, conduct a public hearing for the public to respond to the Sweetwater Union High School District's initial proposal to the Sweetwater Educator Association, CTA, NEA, SCA, the exclusive representative of the teacher unit, and approve the initial proposal from the district to SEA. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers?
Yes, I have one speaker, Lucy Ugarte.
Good evening, President Arancibia, trustees, and Dr. Aguirre. Lucy Ugarte, President, Sweetwater Education Association. SEA's Sunshine proposal tonight represents months of work, surveying, and meeting with our membership. SEA Board of Directors, alongside the SEA bargaining team, met and analyzed the responses of our membership to determine the priorities of negotiations for our membership. We worked purposefully and mindfully in choosing the collective bargaining agreement articles to open. While we know that SEA open articles coupled with the articles the district proposes to open, there will be a great deal of work ahead. SEA looks forward to collaboratively negotiating the 23 articles with the district, and in that spirit, I will keep you informed of our progress during the bargaining process. Thank you.
Speakers? I'm sorry, you have to close the hearing first.
I'm sorry, what?
You have to close the public hearing
Yeah, no,
first.
that's what
Sorry.
the public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to approve the item D3?
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes each to do so. Pursuant to board bylaw, the board may limit the time for public comment on any single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall speak in a respectful manner. Thank you for your cooperation.
Kathleen Cheers?
This comment is in recognition of a person known to us all, Michelle Beal. I have known Beal for 16 years, when 4 of my teenage children attended Montgomery High. We served on an MO8, a Montgomery School Site Council. Even then, she presented as well-knowledged. I will never view that chair to my left the same. Next speaker, Michelle Beal. My legs turned to the right. 3 minutes later, legs to the left as she took her seat. Meeting after meeting, agenda item after agenda item. All too often, she stood alone while others hid behind the curtain applauding and urging her on. She cared, she spoke, now she is gone. Beal was the voice of the counselors. She was honored to be the union president, championing to ensure our counselors were valued for their paramount role in students' education. She cared about students, especially the homeless and foster. She championed for all employees, not just the ones that were union. We were two opposite sides of the coin, often differing on personnel, and political opinions, yet we found a way. We found a way because we removed our feelings and egos from the equation, focusing instead on the issues at hand. In my 20 years of comments at this podium, I have learned respect of others can be hard, but it is a must in all situations. Strong personalities be damned, a way must be found. Beal proved to be knowledgeable and tenacious, unfortunately forgotten in the heat of it all was she was a human being. We all deserve respect, and when it comes to an impasse, let us respectfully but simply agree to disagree. It is hard to understand how such a young soul is no longer with us. Undoubtedly, long after all of us are gone, the name Michelle Beal will be spoken within the halls of Sweetwater. This loss is a humble reminder. No matter one's strong outward appearance, remember, we are all fragile and deserving of kindness. There are no do-overs when a life is lost. We cannot say, I should have, maybe I could have. No, but what we can do is honor our individualities and pledge to learn from this. Do our part in remembering we are our brothers and sisters' keeper. The business of education is tough, but we must all remember on both sides of this podium, it is incumbent on us all. It must not become ugly or vindictive. Beal chuckled at my feeble attempts to interject humor. So, in closing, Beal, I am sure, in my heart of hearts, you have already begun organizing and unionizing the angels. God has no idea what is in store for him. Rest in peace, Beal. Oh, and by the way, Yellow Brand food products are worth the savings. Thank you very much.
Dina Donato Palmore?
I'd like to, if I may, ask the counselors to come up here with me. Dina Donato Palmore, Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association Interim President. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Board Representative Mr. Ringfield, Dr. Aguirre, and community members. Tonight, we counselors publicly honor our SCGA President, Michelle Beal, who passed away on April 19. Again, ese quam videri. To be rather than to seem, or in current vernacular, walk the talk. This was Michelle. Very few have the courage to walk the talk, which is intimidating. But when the reason is to cast light on inequities and justice, she did it. Michelle's goal, which I share, is to protect the working conditions of counselors so that they are healthy and are at their best when they are working with their students. That's it. It's that simple, but so difficult to do when our profession is misunderstood. Tonight, my colleagues will share their thoughts and feelings about Michelle. My hope, President Arancibia, is that you will allow us the time to be able to do this and to grieve. This is part of our process, our grieving process. Thank you.
Jennifer Mojica.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguirre, President Arancibia, and board members. My name is Jennifer Joy Mojica, and I'm a graduate of Granger Junior High and Sweetwater High School, and I've served in the district as a counselor for 26 years and over 2 decades in ministry. I'm here to honor our union president, Michelle Ramirez Beal. I first met her as one of my students when I taught at the graduate school at National University. I remembered her so clearly because she challenged her grade. I asked her why she wanted to be a school counselor, and I remember this so clearly. She replied to me, was to be a voice for kids who don't have one, or to make things that to make the things that made life hard for them just a little bit better, to make things better. There's a Hawaiian value or concept called ho'oponopono. It means to make things right. That was Michelle. Her intent for the students and for our association was to make things right. She never presented an issue without evidence, the contract language, or data to back up whatever she felt needed to be addressed. She was never the type of person that would speak without saying nothing. It always had value and importance. Michelle was passionate and relentless and demonstrated her labor of love for those who needed her advocacy. And as a former SCGA president, I can say with confidence and with pride, Michelle served her role as our president with excellence. Michelle always arrived with a fair resolution. It may never have been what we wanted, but it was fair. She advocated, not enabled, what was right. She often made her students feel like they belonged and they were valued, whether it was making sure her students at Alta Vista had matching caps and gowns, or making sure the community who were less fortunate were remembered during Christmas. I came here to honor Michelle. However, as I looked at our district website and seeing the wonderful Teacher of the Year advocates or who were elected as Teacher of the Year, it was very disheartening to see Michelle not honored on our website. However, I hope that our district can abide by ho'oponopono, which means to make right, and to recognize her as our Counselor of the Year, to recognize her, to acknowledge her, to honor her as Counselor of the Year, because she earned it. My conversation with Michelle the last week before she earned her wings, she often came to me for prayer. She often sent me text messages when I was going through the most challenging 2 years of my life. And the last 2 scriptures I shared with her, I'm going to keep going. Psalm 103.6, God will execute his justice on her behalf. And Luke 12:2-3, everything hidden will be disclosed. So I leave those 2 scriptures for all of you. Thank you.
Elizabeth Lewin Singh Garcia.
Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to acknowledge the memory of SCGA President Michelle Beal. I express my condolences to her family and friends and colleagues, many of whom are here today in person and online. And SCGA is committed to adhering to her family's request to continue the advocacy
for our students and the school counseling profession. In Michelle fashion, I'm going to address one of our issues. So secondly, I come before you today as a representative of Sweetwater High School's counseling department, bearing the insights gleaned from our recent senior survey in collaboration with the Carpe College Access Initiative. The senior survey results have painted a clear picture of what our students are expressing, a pressing need for more personalized, one-on-one support across various facets of their educational journey. Many students emphasize the need for more individualized support and guidance from counselors to help them navigate academics, college preparation, career planning, and social and emotional well-being more effectively. It is crucial to acknowledge that this plea for individualized attention stands in contrast to the structure of our current multi-tiered systems of support, which primarily caters to a select few students for the one-on-one supports. Now let's recall the presentation from a recent board meeting where the MTSS was shared. Although counselors have not been a part of the comprehensive implementation of MTSS in our district, our Counselor Standards Committee has been engaging in this topic since 2017. MTSS encompasses 3 tiers. Let's visualize the MTSS pyramid. Tier 1 is the wide part of that pyramid, offering universal interventions and differentiated supports for all students. Tier 2, the middle part of the pyramid, provides targeted interventions for a small group, students at risk. Tier 3, the top tier of that pyramid, delivers intensive interventions and the individualized support for which students are asking for. Our seniors are telling us that they needed these tier 3 supports. Our seniors are telling us they needed one-on-one support in academic, college, career, social, and emotional supports. The need for one-on-one supports is challenging to address. With our counselor caseload currently at 360-1, at Sweetwater High School, 61% of students have Ds and Fs. We have chronic absenteeism and an ever-growing emotional needs. We are spread thin. The discrepancy between our students' expressed needs and our current MTSS framework underscores the urgency of addressing the issue of counselor caseload. Investing in additional counseling resources will not only enable us to provide more personalized support for our students, what the personalized support our students are asking for, but also to empower them to navigate the complexities of academics, college, career, and emotional social well-being. Thank you for your attention to this pressing matter. We hope that together we can work towards a future where every student receives the personalized support they need to thrive. Thank you.
I don't think I have any more counselors that signed up.
We did have one more.
What was the name?
It's Elena Valle.
I don't think I have a card for them.
Is it too late to write?
No, just what's the name?
Elena Valle.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, board members, and Dr. Aguirre. My name is Elena Vallejo Paez, and I'm a counselor at Sweetwater High School. SCGA President Michelle Beal was voted School Counselor of the Year by her colleagues, not because of her phenomenal baking skills, but because she was a leader. Her advocacy in using her voice was her superpower. She was fearless in highlighting inequities, fearless in so many ways, including addressing this board every single month to advocate for counselors, to advocate for me. I may be standing here today, but I am not fearless. I am one of the 3 RIFT counselors from 2019. I have my 2 colleagues to my left and right. I worry that despite Michelle's constant efforts, this district does not understand or value the work of a school counselor. There are often talks about declining enrollment and what the anticipated impact will be. But did you know that in 2020, SUHSD had 139 management positions, not including school psychologists? In 2023, that number had increased by 24 positions to 163 management positions. The additional salary increased of the money spent on management by over $4 million. Somehow, despite the fact that enrollment has dropped every year since 2020, district management has continuously increased, all while teacher, counselor, and classified positions are being eliminated, reduced, or left unfilled. I was tenured in 2019, but I am going on my 5th year as a temporary counselor, all due to previous financial mismanagement, counseling positions being eliminated, or reductions being made. In 2020, 9 counselor positions were lost from the learning center closures. In 2022, the remaining 3 learning centers closed and 3 more counseling positions were cut, along with a counselor on special assignment focused on foster youth. Somewhere in there, I don't know what year. This year, Alta Vista, which was previously Michelle's position, was reduced from a full-time counselor to 1 day a week. Those students in particular need and deserve a full-time counselor. We cannot keep taking away the additional supports that our most at-risk students need. That's a total of 14 counselor positions that the district reduced. And if our remaining 2 COSAs had been eliminated, that would have had been 16 positions. In a unit with a little over 100 members, that is a big hit. Michelle fought tirelessly for us counselors, but she fought hard because she had to. Losing Michelle is a personal loss, but also a loss to this district, to my unit, and to our students. Michelle wanted what was best for students. I want what is best for students. I have 2 little ones at home, age 9 and 4, future Sweetwater students. I was a product of this district. This is my community. This is my district. In Michelle's honor, for my kids and for my students, I will continue to lose my voice, no matter if it shakes, and show them that they too can have the superpower Michelle had. Thank you.
Yumi Saiki. Yumi Saiki. Oh, thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Aguirre, Board President Arancibia, and members of the board. My name is Yumi Saiki, and I'm one of 2 counselors at Launch Virtual Academy. I'm here today to advocate for our students' success and well-being and the continued staffing of 2 full-time counselors. Our institution serves as a lifeline for families seeking alternative education pathways, often representing the last hope for those who have exhausted all other options within the district. It is imperative that we secure the resources necessary to meet the diverse needs of our student population effectively, irrespective of the challenges they face. In the last 3 years, our enrollment has experienced a steady increase, reaching a peak of 782 students this year and a total enrollment of 1,154 students. Our enrollment process is ongoing Monday through Friday, and we sacrifice our breaks to ensure that new students are placed and onboarded before the start of each new quarter. These numbers underscore the growing demand for alternative education options and highlight the role that Launch Virtual Academy plays in providing a quality education to students who may not thrive in traditional education settings. While our graduation rates remained commendable at 86% for the past 2 years, we recognize that there is always room for improvement. By enhancing our personalized academic counseling services, we can ensure that every student receives the support needed to excel academically and graduate on time. Moreover, our counselors have actively participated in over 100 student success team and pre-enrollment meetings. These meetings are critical for identifying and addressing the needs of our students and families, ensuring that they receive the necessary support to thrive, not just academically, but emotionally as well. Many of these students also attend our in-person support classes 4 days a week, where we continue to provide social and emotional support. In the last 2 years, we have had 112 students complete a CCAP course through our partnership with Southwestern College. We have consistently had students apply and be accepted to 4-year colleges and universities. We work collaboratively with Southwestern College to connect our seniors to their outreach and counseling staff. However, we also have students who are severely credit deficient. 56% of our current senior class qualify for the California Graduation Plan. This year alone, our students have recovered 483 credits, not including summer school. None of this is possible without the support of a full counseling team. Our current counseling staff is already stretched beyond capacity with a caseload of 360 to 1. Any proposed reduction in staffing would only exacerbate this issue, leaving us unable to provide the level of personalized academic counseling services that our students need and deserve. I implore you to consider the ramifications of counseling staff reductions on our students and their families. Launch Virtual Academy is more than just a school. It is a beacon of hope for families seeking alternative education options. By investing in our counseling staff and providing the necessary resources to meet the needs of our student population, you are investing in the success and well-being of our entire community. Thank you.
Christina Raki.
Good evening, Dr. Aguirre and members of the board. My name is Christy Araki, and 3 years ago, I became the counselor at Launch Virtual Academy. After working over 20 years as a counselor at comprehensive high schools, I was excited, inspired, and dedicated to help develop a virtual program that our district would be proud of, a program that would be so much more than just a typical online school during the pandemic. Soon after I was hired, Ms. Yumi Saiki joined the launch team as our second counselor, and together we were able to develop a counseling program and services that were not only given at the comprehensive site, but also systems of support that students in alternative education. We offer support, hope, and develop plans with our students and families through our alternative program, which extends past the 12th grade. Every student that enrolls at Launch is there for a reason. Our students are smart, talented, athletic, and artistic. But past and present trauma, bullying, debilitating anxiety, mental and physical health hospitalizations, and extreme credit deficiencies are also reasons of why our students are at Launch. Our students and parents need more support and resources emotionally and educationally. With the leadership and support of our principal, Dr. Ulloa, the data which was presented to you proves the success and growth of Launch Virtual Academy and the counseling program. To sustain the services and continue to support the academic and social-emotional support of all of our students, we must have 2 full-time counselors at Launch, not the projected 1.6 allocation. Please reconsider this decision, as I hope we have given to you more information on what Launch counselors provide. Ms. Saiki and I do make a difference, and we want to keep providing the support and programs all Launch students deserve, starting at the beginning of the school year. Thank you.
Katina Rondo.
Each one of us has cause to feel deep gratitude for Michelle. She lighted the flame within us. She always cheered on and supported the underdogs. Her voice, a formidable one, was always heard championing issues of inequities for the underprivileged youth, for the homeless and foster youth, for counselors, for teachers, and for classified staff. She spoke when no one else would. She called out the injustices openly here at these board meetings. While I don't understand many things, I can understand the weight of an overbearing and at times retaliatory organization. It became too much for her. Mr. Aguirre, Dr. Aguirre, earlier you offered us all condolences of friends, and she's a friend, so much so she shared that cookie recipe with me. You've got to refrigerate that dough, she rolls them in little balls, and she weighs each ball. That's how you guys all got perfect cookies. She was a friend, so when you said that to me, it spoke to me. I have a question, and you might not know the answer, but I think you should. How is it that this organization, Sweetwater District, reached out to her spouse before her spouse can even report her death to offer your condolences? That blows my mind. How is it? Is there like a watch list, some sort of like alert, you know? How is it that this organization would call her family to offer condolences when he didn't even get a chance to report it to you guys himself? That's crazy. Thank you.
Cynthia Germain.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Jarman, and I'm not someone who enjoys public speaking, so if my voice shakes, please bear with me. I have a child in 9th grade and in 6th grade who is transitioning to be a Sweetwater student at Eastlake Middle School in the 7th grade. I'm an active parent volunteer at my children's schools, and I'm here tonight to talk about the Parent Committee or Community Advisory Committee for Special Education for the South Bay 6 districts. Also, we're all part of the same SELPA. Thank you so much for appointing 5 parents and 1 teacher at the March 11th board meeting. I was excited that Sweetwater was one of the first districts to get their CAC members appointed. However, I was disappointed at the April 4th last CAC meeting of the year when it didn't appeared that not one of the 6 appointed people were at the meeting. I checked Zoom and in person, and I didn't see any of their names. I can only assume there was some lack of communication with the new appointees on if they didn't know there was a meeting. I just want to follow up to ensure that you know the community involvements of parents, teachers, and special education administration, that we want to keep the parents of students with disabilities informed and involved in their special education plans here at the district, Sweetwater District. And we parents are here to voice our willingness to collaborate with each of our schools. And we would like to form a larger parent community, partnering with the district to promote the inclusion of all our students with disabilities. Thank you.
Sophia Moraga. They're on the back table.
Hello, everybody. I'm here because I want to speak about my son and his special education needs. I don't want to revisit everything that I had already mentioned when I was back here in January. However, I am here today to voice my concerns and to come before and ask for your help. I have had countless of meetings regarding his IEP, requesting extra support, and I have been ignored up until this semester. However, I have been told it's too late as he's not eligible to participate in promotion. Due to the lack of support, he did not meet eligibility to walk with his sister he did not meet eligibility to walk alongside with his sister, based on the fact that the district and the school did not provide the support I was hoping he can get. I hope you guys take this into consideration and not punish him for the adult's failure to provide the proper support for my son. Please, let's do right by our children.
Daniel Montes de Oca.
Hi, board members and staff and public. My name is Daniel, and I'm from Montgomery Middle School, and I'm here because I want to be able to stand up and express my feelings. Someone who hopefully cares about us students. My 8th grade year has been by the far worst school experience I've had. I have been bullied, targeted, and harassed by staff at Montgomery Middle School. I know I need extra support to help me get on track and support me with my schoolwork, and I did not get that until my 2nd semester of 8th grade. That was only because of my mom supporting me and pushing the school throughout my time in middle school. Instead of providing me educational support, the time was spent spending me out of class to the office, and I was also suspended a lot of times. I know I have support and I'm doing a lot better, but that doesn't make up the fact that I am now but being told I'm unable to participate in promotion and walk with my sister during the major milestone. I just feel this year is another punishment I'm getting for something that's not out of my hands.
Tanya Montes de Oca? Sorry, I'm butchering your name.
Good evening, board members and staff. I'm here because I wanted to speak in support of my mom and brother. I have had to become my brother's keeper in school. And because of that, I lost so much of my 8th grade year standing up and defending my brother. The sad part about this is that I'm not fighting against other kids, I'm fighting against adults at the school. Feeling safe at the school shouldn't be a privilege, it's our right. Our school needs adults who could take care of our education and want to keep us safe. Thank you for your time.
Brenda Orozco.
I don't have anything written. When I speak and present to you, it's from my heart. So I had 30 years, my 30 years this past January. And losing Michelle, and if you listen to that student, those 2 students, we are their advocates. We are the adults that speak for them. We are the adults that advocate for them. Counselors also, and teachers, and classified, they need advocates. Michelle was our advocate, a fierce advocate that protected all units. She had the bravery. She had the courage to stand up and say things that weren't correct, that were unfair. So before COVID, I had this cough that I went to work, and I would cough, and I would cough for 9 months. I went to the risk management. You're fine. I went to the district with risk management. You're fine. I went back to work. I coughed and I coughed. I developed little spores in my lungs. The district didn't do anything. They would say the air quality is cleaner in your office than it was outside. I said, I don't cough when I go outside. I cough in my office. So after email and email and email to the district, to risk management, to Sharp Healthcare, I was having issues with my lungs. We wrote an email to Michelle. Within, I think, a week, they came and they did a test on the air. There was mold in my office that I was allergic to. She advocated for everyone in our office to get an air filter. She advocated for the carpet to be replaced. How are counselors supposed to support and advocate students, as you just heard, students who want to commit suicide, students who are cutters, they come to school with cuts. How are we supposed to advocate if a person like Michelle can't advocate for us? I've been part of our association. I've been middle school rep. I've been on CAB. And I saw the tension between some of our board members and Michelle and Dina. I saw the tension when you go to Southwestern and there was a presentation. I'm like, how could our board treat our leaders so poorly with such lack of respect? I grieved Michelle, I cried. Dr. Maria Alvarez, she sent an email and said, thank you so much for doing that. She said, if any counselors need support, please release them to our union office. I left because I was crying, because I was grieving for our unit. I was grieving for a leader who stood up for no matter what. If you can't stand up for what's right, then we're not doing our job. So I just want to say that I agree that she should be recognized. She should be on our district website as honored for who she was, even though she may have disagreed with all of you. We deserve that as a unit. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Clerk of the board, will you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, I have one change to read. On items L8 and L9, there will be wording added to the superintendent's recommendation that both those items are pending CSEA ratification.
Right, okay.
The following items are pulled: F3 by staff, F4 by Ms. Lopez Zepeda, G2 by the public, H5 by staff and the public, K4 by the public, L3 by staff, L5 by the public, L9 by the public, M1 by staff and the public, M4 by Mr. Segura, N8 by the public, Q3 by Dr. Arancibia and the public, and Q7 by the public.
Do I have the motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis? Yes. Motion passes 5-0.
Item F3, report on board requests for information, policy director staff, direction to staff, and board communication.
Sure. I will go first. I'll just give my report on what I've been up to. I actually attended the Mental Health Leadership Summit at Hilltop High. A lot of support, a lot of tables there with support for our students. I didn't actually get a chance to go into the sessions. I know Vice President Lopez Zepeda did. But I met I went around to a few tables and chatted with them and thanked them for being there and the support they provided to our students. And it was a really good event, and I'm sure it was even better inside the actual classrooms. I want to thank our student board, our rep, and Marty Emerald for the voter registration. I wasn't able to attend the two at the high schools that I represent, San Isidro and Castle Park, but I truly thank you for that work. It's such a valuable work.
And just so you know, if I may.
Yes.
We're resuming it in the fall as soon as we come back from the summer
Outstanding.
break. And it'll be an abbreviated version, but we're going to approach every young person who wants to be registered. And
That is so awesome.
Okay.
Thank you. I went to the final Castle Park Title IX meeting with the attorneys and all of our leadership, and it was a really good meeting. There's been so much done, since we entered into the plan. A lot of work by many from the top down. From the bottom up. I mean, it's just a tremendous amount of work. And now, with all that work, we're like the model that is being used around the country on how to, not for the faults that we had, but just what we do now to stay ahead of that and do more than what really needs to be done. And I'm so proud to be part of that and to hear that report. And that was my 9th meeting. Those 9 years worth of meetings that I went to, I believe. And then I also attended the event at Chula Vista Middle Tour with State Senator Steve Padilla. He's been a good friend of mine for a long, long time. And I appreciated the resolution he gave to Director Eric Span, who earned it. And it was very, very good. Very, very, very good recognition event. If you're ever, this is for the board's info, if you're ever going to go to an event and the nutrition department is involved, you're going to get really good food. So I was amazed, and it was really good. I was so impressed and so happy for Eric. And of course, Eric thanked his team, because it's just not him, but there's a lot of people involved in that. And we went into the cafeterias, really where the rubber hits the road, right? And the cafeteria there is state of the art, and that's how it should be. And I'm so glad that we have him, and I hope he goes off everybody's radar, because I don't want him to leave. But I really appreciate that.
And then on Saturday, I'm supposed to go to the CSBA event, but I'm not going to be able to make it because it's going to be the 8th annual solar sprint at Montgomery Middle. So if you're available on Saturday, there will be an event at Montgomery Middle at Principal Mark Peterson's school. I look forward to that. And IBW 569 and NICA are buying all the T-shirts and sweatshirts for the students. So I thank them for that in advance. And I would like to make sure, and hopefully I don't miss anybody, if somebody does say they have a birthday, I'd like to say happy birthday to Dr. Alvarez. She had a birthday recently, and to our general counsel, Jennifer Carbuccia. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
I had a birthday.
And Elva,
I had a birthday.
Vice President.
Yes. Well, it's been an exciting month, to say the least. Again, attended the Mental Health Leadership Summit at Hilltop High School, the Adelante Mujer Conference at UCSD, the Employee Recognition Event at National City Middle School. On Zoom, I attended the CTE Industrial Advisory that focused on adult ed, the ribbon cutting event at Montgomery Middle with the YMCA and the PNC Bank. I also went to a mariachi concert at Montgomery Middle School where they had multiple mariachis from the district and outside the district come in for 4 hours. Best $8 I paid. Best. As a teacher, I like to thank Dr. Alvarez for allowing me to participate in the Community School Steering Committee and the Ethnic Studies Advisory Group. Why? Curriculum. I just love that. Let me see, what else? Again, the visit, well, this was supposed to be my legislative update. Oh, we hung out with Senator Padilla, so we could just get rid of that. And he sort of was a little freaked out when we went over to see the chickens, because they have a chicken coop and in their garden, and of course picking up the chickens, and he was like, yeah, but he stayed away from the chickens. But, you know, the kitchen is fantastic. Let me tell you, the food was amazing because we stayed for lunch, and thank you to Principal Bonita for hosting such a beautiful event. It was wonderful. Let me see. I think that's it. Oh, and I will be attending the CSBA conference this weekend since I'm low man on totem pole. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, President Arancibia. Yes, I wanted to just say thank you for the mental health conference. I was able to be there, and it was wonderful. It's a great event, and I know I made the recommendation. I know it just started, but to also have our middle school kids there, because I know that our middle school kids need it as well. So not a lot of pressure, but I know that it's just getting going, and fantastic job was done. And if we could just start like getting our middle school kids in there, it'd be great. So we can get them early. Also, I attended the appreciation event at National City Middle. Great job there. And also, I was able to attend the middle school math field day, and I was able to be a judge in the last event. And my goodness, these kids, it was very, very impressive how fast they were solving these problems. And they had to write down the answers, but they would say the answer before they even wrote it down. And it was just amazing. So we couldn't take those answers until they wrote them down, but it was very impressive. So just wanted to say a great event, and our future looks good mathematically. So thank you for that.
By the numbers, eh? Yeah. First, I really want to commend Isaiah Ringfield. You have really created a transition here on the board that will be hard for any other student to match, because you've jumped in, rolled up your sleeves, and you've made a difference on every one of our high school campuses. with this voter registration. He recruited a cadre of fellow students who came to every campus, who would go out and recruit other students to come in, get registered, and he really added life and relevance to this event for all of the students and teachers who he came in contact with. So you've made a huge difference on this board, and you've made a huge difference in this community, Isaiah. Really, I commend you totally, man. You're great. Go ahead. I just wish you could be here for another year on the board. I know you're a junior, going to be a senior, and you're the president of the Chula Vista High Associated Students, and you're going to do great things. And it'll start out in the fall with our abbreviated version of the voter registration drive. We have to stop 2 weeks before the November election, but there's so many kids out there who were thrilled at the idea that they're turning 18 before November, and that they're going to have a chance to vote for the next president of the United States. And you made that possible with your enthusiasm, your smarts, and your dedication to democracy. With that, we have another project underway. I'll be very quick about it because we've only just begun. We have a 5-phase program to train up our instructors, our 7th and 8th graders, our 9th and 10th graders, and people in our safety community here at Sweetwater in CPR and AED, hands-only life-saving. And already we're underway with the first phase, which is an inventory of all of the automated exterior defibrillators we have on our properties district-wide. The law is changing in California. We're going to have an AED within a brisk, 3-minute brisk walk of each other on every campus. And so that work is underway. I think that they're near completion of that. And then we go to work training staff and other teachers and staff members who want to be able to save a life if somebody is in need. And then finally, we will be pulling out our 7th and 8th graders and our 9th and 10th graders so that they can experience what it takes to bring somebody back if they've had a terrible incident. Our goal is not only to educate people about how to stay safe and save lives, but we want the designation for Sweetwater as being a heart-safe district. This is a pretty important designation, and it takes a lot of commitment. It's supported by Rady's Children's Hospital and the Adam Foundation, and we will join a small army of organizations countywide in having that kind of a designation, but I think we will be the first school district in our region to have that designation. And that's important, right? For all of us who have children, we're sending them to school, to know that if something happens to our baby or something happens to a spouse, that people will know how to save their lives. So that's our next big project, and I hope that we can somehow get you in on it, Isaiah, because you are, you really got it going. We really appreciate it. So please look for notices, and anybody who wants to sign up and get these lessons, they're going to be great fun. We'll be partnering with the fire rescue organizations in the county and Project Heartbeat, and so we look forward to getting more information out there. So you're the first to know, and I hope that you'll be part of the success of this operation, okay?
I just wanted to commend again Mr. Atwood and Lee Romero over at Bonita Vista. They had an event where they did a tea for Mother's Day for all the mothers, and it was just really wonderful to see the students. And I didn't even attend because it's a Mother's Day event where they feature but I heard the stories about it, and every senior basically thanked their mother for everything that they had done for them over the course of their educational and choral career. And it ended up making me cry just while hearing the story. So I want to say, thank you for that. It was really special. And one last thing, I just wanted to say, send my condolences to Luz Lopez, who was my mom's colleague for many years at San Isidro High School. Southwest Middle School, I'm sorry. And had a son passed away. He was a classmate of mine at Cal. And I just want to give my condolences to the families as well. She was worked at San Isidro, Southwest Middle for probably 25 to 30 years. So sending my condolences to the family. And with that, we'll move on to the next item. G2, pulled by the public, right?
I don't know if F4, if you had anything else to say regarding F4?
No, I think it's been covered thoroughly.
Okay, so that's just a report item. So yes,
Yeah,
G2.
because I have it as no, so I just moved immediately forward.
Yeah, she did pull it, but she said it during F3. So yes, G2, I have one speaker, Trevor Angood.
My apologies, and yes, Dr. Aguirre, I've used AI to help with this speech as I'm trying to also pack up a library that I'm quickly becoming a refurb project for this next year. If I may have a second just to pull it back up, I'll pull this one. While serving as the Secretary of Sweetwater Educators Association, I rise speaking in my role as teacher and teacher librarian. I stand before you to address the critical issue of updating instructional materials in our school, particularly in light of the proposed purchase of new versions of middle and junior high school instructional and supplemental materials. First, I want to express my appreciation for the ESSER III funding being used to fund the $6.1 million purchase, which has played a vital role in supporting our schools during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Given our challenging circumstances, I understand the urgency of spending these funds before deadlines. However, I suggest allocating these resources thoughtfully, especially when updating instructional materials. Allow me to share a personal experience that underscores the importance of this issue. During the pandemic, when I was part-time as a librarian, I was also teaching sociology. The adopted text that currently still stands for this district was published in 2008. This outdated material proved inadequate in addressing contemporary issues like marriage equality, when the text spoke of marriage equality possibly spreading to other states, and the Black Lives Matter movement not even existing for another 5 years when my class met mere months after the death of George Floyd. It became evident that our students deserved access to accurate, relevant, and timely information to navigate the complexities of our world today. Furthermore, I recognize the broader issue of this funding source is drying up, which challenges educators and students alike. While I understand the need to maximize the impact of our available resources, I urge us to reconsider our approach to adopting instructional materials. We must explore cost-saving measures and alternatives to traditional textbooks to ensure that every dollar is utilized efficiently, something teacher librarians are skilled at. One such alternative is the use of open educational resources, which offer flexibility, affordability, and the ability to adapt content to meet the evolving needs of our students. For instance, a portion of the text in the gender and sexuality section of my sociology OER that was used was updated over the winter break to include a passage about pronouns, to the surprise of me when I reopened the book for the second time in the second semester. This timely update reflects our commitment to providing students with inclusive and up-to-date educational materials. If I may, furthermore, it's essential to address the potential misuse of allocated funds for textbooks in local districts. Instead of solely investing in the purchase of books, some districts opt to redirect these funds towards funding talent to curate, check, analyze, and organize the foundational text for course and review enrichment activities. This approach allows for a more customized and enriched learning experience for our students. As a teacher librarian trained in resource curation, I've utilized my expertise to enhance our curriculum. My background and training in this field aided my curation of resources, including a New York Times article linking the caste system to the civil rights movement. I urge my teaching colleagues to leverage the expertise of our on-site teacher librarians like myself. However, it's crucial to acknowledge that with approximately 1/3 of our teacher librarians going to be new to the position next school year, we'll need time to integrate their talents into our educational ecosystem effectively. By collaborating with on-site teacher librarians, we can ensure that our students have access to diverse resources that enrich their learning experiences and foster critical thinking skills. I have one more paragraph, please. In conclusion, let's see this opportunity to rethink our approach to adopting instructional materials and prioritize solutions that promote inclusivity, relevance, and cost effectiveness. I'm not speaking to stand in the way of this purchase, but as I applaud any chance to update that text, including the AP government text I taught for 1 year. Thank you very much.
No further speakers.
Deanna, I believe we did H5, right? So we move on to K4, correct?
You actually need to vote on G2.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm spacing out. I apologize. And is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Yes, you are correct. We did H5, so we would be on K4.
K4.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
In reviewing this agenda item, I was drawn to the amount of monies transferred in and out. Question 1, what is General Fund 131 school salaries? Question 2, why do we consistently see year after year monies being allocated to books, supplies, then simply being transferred out? All the while, constant concerns about the age of our textbooks raised. Question 3, with close to $3.5 million being transferred into major job objective 5,000, which is contracts, conferences, leases, and district services, is there a printout itemizing the $3.5 million without having to go through the list? Question 4, with close to $150,000 being transferred out of adult ed, is this a precursor for a cut in adult ed teachers? Question 5, Fund 21 Prop DD Money Building Fund indicates we are transferring out of books, supplies, a little over $19,000, and transferring it into contracts, conferences, leases, and district services. Is there a detailed itemization of those expenditures without having to spend hours going through a list? Question 6, Fund 13 Cafeteria Special Revenue Fund. What is a special revenue fund? Why are we transferring $143,500 out of books and supplies out of the fund, and yet again putting it into the contracts, conferences, leases, and district services? As a 4,000 column presents and has historically presented, it appears the fund labeled books, supplies, etc. is a fund used to store money. Again, this is not a new observation. This is a historic observation I've spoken on for many years. Recruitment. You took $3,900 out of 4,000 book supplies and put it in contracts, conferences, leases, and district services. You all know I've been very upfront. I'm not a numbers person, but I'm a pretty smart person. I just do not understand all of this. But there is hope on the horizon for me because I have found someone that can help me dissect these numbers. Somebody needs to, and you all need to start asking the questions, because I guarantee you're going to see thousands upon thousands in books and supplies next year, and then all of a sudden we're going to be transferring it out. I thank you for your time. And I would ask that Ms. Salkel just email me versus taking up the board time. Thank you, sir.
No further speakers.
Yeah, actually, I would like to hear from Dr. Salkeld if you have information, or table this item so that we can answer these questions. They're good questions, and I think we all need to know about that, okay?
Yeah, so Dr. Salkeld?
Good evening. So there's various factors to all of these. We would have to look at all these different budget change requests because it could vary. Some of the budgets, depending on the program, could have supplies as the placeholder until there's further discussions. And then whether it's a site or a department or however, then the decision's made to move that budget from that line item, which is the books and supplies, to contracts. So it depends case by case, entry by entry. So I'd have to look at all of these details and see what initiated it and what was the request.
And is that something that you could bring back to us at our next meeting?
I'd have to spend some time with staff because this is.
It's a 6-part question, right? So
It's very
that's what
extensive and it
means.
depends case by case.
Yeah. I'd like to know, too, where all these transfers are going. I think that's a legitimate question.
There's some of them could be salaries, as Mrs. Shears mentioned, because there could be movement into extra duty, as an example. So it could be books. As we get to the end of the year, as an example, with Title I, if there are dollars that are not spent in books and supplies or contracts or however, even with staffing, they're trying to utilize those funds before the end of the year. So there could be some movement with that as well.
Because if we don't use them,
They lose, yeah. So there could have been a vacancy of, let's say.
no, yeah,
one.
you just, yeah, thank you.
So it could be a transfer, then they're trying to spend it on something else.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sacco.
Dr. Sacco, is the timeliness to any of these items that you're aware of that is there a reason for this to be approved tonight, or can it wait to come out?
It could, I mean, we typically bring it every month. I mean, that's kind of ed code, but however, we can bring it back. I mean, it's ed code.
Under the ed code, we have an obligation within 60 days for every item that's already moved forward to be approved by the board. So I don't know when each of these purchases or transfers occurred specifically, but we may be exceeding our ed code obligations. I think that we could commit to providing a memo to Ms. Emerald related to where each of these were. And if we needed to JV it at a different point, if there was a concern, we could bring that back. But These are our standard items of the actions that have taken place over the course of a time period. These are ratifications as opposed to a thing that's going to happen in the future.
Right, these are for the month of transactions that occurred in the month of April.
These already happened in April, and you're approving something that happened in April through the delegated authority that's provided each year from the board to your CFO.
For that reason, I'm going to move that we approve.
Wingfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes,
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
but could we get a report back by the next meeting so that we can see where these dollars went? Because it does raise confusion and questions, so, thank you.
Item L5, correct?
L3?
Oh, L3, I'm sorry.
Dr. Aguirre, would you like me to?
L3, I'm trying to look at the item. L3 is adopt declaration of, yeah, the declaration of fully qualified educators, the DON. So I'll ask Dr. Gavin to comment on that.
The declaration of need is submitted to the San Diego County Office of Ed on a yearly basis, and it basically outlines what our department predicts will be the number of general education limited assignment permits that we predict we'll need for the upcoming year. So we used the data from this last year based on how many we needed per subject area, and then we look at our predicted enrollment for next year. And we need to provide to the County Office of Ed how many, for example, special ed credentials, PE credentials, teacher librarian credentials we may need for staff that will work on their credential while serving in those positions.
Dr. Gavin, when you submit this, do you also submit the need for substitute teachers so that retired teachers can come back and substitute without any penalty instead of waiting the 6 months?
So that's not quite part of this declaration of need, but we have been hiring substitute teachers after they've met that 6 month after submitting for retirement, but we are in a much better place this last year with substitute teachers than we have been in previous years.
Okay.
And that's been shown with a lot less teachers having to serve in class coverages during the school day.
Okay.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
L5?
Yes, sir. I have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
So you all know I'm pretty good at the district's website. This is no surprise to you all. I pride myself on that. It's taken a lot of work, 20 years. I was blonde at one time. I'm now gray, well, purple. I was trying to find out when the BOC meetings are. And I looked on the district calendar, and it appears, based on what I saw, that it goes to December, but it doesn't appear that there's a BOC meeting indicated on the district calendar. So I would respectfully request that the BOC meetings, whenever they're going to be held, to be publicized on that calendar, please. Thank you very much.
No further speakers.
I'll make a motion for approval of
I'll second it.
K5.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura? Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, item L9, approve revised classified job description for mental health caseworker in the Office Technical and Business Services Unit 471 and the California School Employees Association.
I have one speaker, Dina Donato Palmore.
Mental health caseworker education experience. Master's degree from an accredited university and/or college with major coursework in social work, psychology, counseling, or a closely related field. 1 year of experience in the behavioral health plan process, including experience providing mental health services to special education students. Bilingual, English, Spanish, desirable. The work to support mental wellness at the level of providing mental health therapy is unquestionable. I do, though, have to ask, why is it desirable to have bilingual skills in English and Spanish only? It wasn't that long ago that I was asked by therapists in this district if I knew psychologists, therapists, or psychiatrists who are fluent in Filipino or who are Filipino. Just recently, I had asked some of my friends if they knew a therapist who spoke Pashto. Isn't the mental health of students who may or may not be fluent in English and are not Spanish speaking also important? The Sweetwater community is diverse in identity, culture, and language. Limiting the desired bilingual skills is limiting access to support. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Do I hear a motion to approve?
Motion to approve?
Second?
Springfield,
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item M1. Item M1, report on and first reading of opposed bond language, which includes resolution number 4905, as well as a draft of specific bond measure language.
Thank you, President Ancibia. For this item, I'll ask Ms. Quirk to introduce the item. Ms. Quirk.
Sure. Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Arencibia, Board of Trustees, Dr. Aguirre, guests. Tonight we are bringing forward, it's going to be a quick presentation. I have 4 whopping slides about a quick presentation on the bond and the bond language, to which we are giving you the first draft to consider for the November. So right here, the resolution includes, I'm not going to read them off, but those are the sections of the document that are included in your board item for your review and purview. It's a pretty detailed document. It's about 35 pages, I think, and it's broken down in the sections that are reflected up above. And then on the next slide, which is probably the most, one of the most key elements, is just the actual ballot question that would be proposed as it's currently drafted to the voters in November. And so I think the highlights, it has pretty standard language about upgrades to repairs to schools and facilities and program. But it would be a target of $647 million, which would be an impact of about $30 per $100,000 for assessed valuation for homeowners. And so that's what they would essentially be saying yes or no to in November. And on the next slide, the key things in terms of timeline getting to that point, we already shared back with you in March the polling data that was performed by our pollsters, which reflected about a 64% support at this time. And then in April last month, we brought forward the master plan for approval. And so that's why those two have checks next to them. Tonight would be our first reading with the target of us coming back, listening, having conversation tonight. If there's any adjustments in language from the dais, we would make those adjustments and bring forward. At this point, the target is for June 10th for final approval and action from the Board of Trustees to continue to proceed with submitting this resolution for taxpayers. And then the biggest one, key date for us is that August 9th, the clerk of the board would be filing the resolution and the tax rate statements at the county board of supervisors and the voters, registrar of voters. And that is essentially our presentation. I think really moved to discussion. Pretty sweet and simple from my side. And I would ask and open up if there's any questions at this time.
I have one speaker to this item, if you'd like to take the speaker
Yes, let's
first.
take the
Kathleen
speaker
Shears.
As a matter of public record, I am against this new bond, and I will be speaking out against the $647 million bond on many platforms, and you know I have many. The language within this document is far too familiar, as we have been promised it all before, with Prop O, Prop BB, Prop DD. The Sweetwater District failed us, and 3 members of the dais have failed us. You broke your spoken, documented promises. Rather than address what was imperatively needed and promised in regards to projects, you chose football fields. You chose to put lipstick on several campuses, substituting paint for structure. I was struck by the ambiguity of the wording under general provisions, and I quote, "The terms of this bond measure and words used in bond project lists shall be interpreted broadly." We're well aware of that. That is the understatement of the year. In truth speak, Sweetwater has once again listed what it will do with our tax dollars, but, in fact, will do what Sweetwater wants to do with it. I have stated publicly I have much respect for Ms. Quirk's expertise. I appreciate her willingness to listen to my constructive criticism, my comments, and yet be able to remain professional and not snark or roll her eyes when I call her or email her. Most people, I can picture their faces. Alas, even if Ms. Quirk were JC himself, you know I'm talking about, there is no way on God's green earth I would in good conscience support this tax burden for my fellow taxpayers. Thank you very much.
No further speakers.
I just wanted to comment on this. For those of us who represent schools on the west side of the district, we have older facilities, we have long lingering problems, structural problems, soil issues, and we don't benefit from the Mellows that the newer schools, the eastern schools, have been able to take advantage of, and this will help to kind of level the playing field some for the schools that have long waited for some financial opportunity to make improvements, not just cosmetic lipstick on buildings, but structural issues that could affect the health and the well-being of students and faculty, air quality issues from old construction that it impacts the people who have to work in these buildings every day, students who have to sit there hours a day. And so I, for one, I'm very pleased that we are taking this step. We are not the Sweetwater Union High School District of 7 or 8 or 10 years ago. This is a whole different operation, and we are above board, and I believe that we truly need this money to offer some parity for schools on the west side that have waited often too long to get the improvements that are needed to protect the well-being of students and give teachers, everybody, an opportunity to work in an environment that is healthier and brighter and is a reflection of the investment we're making in everybody who is working so hard to educate our kids. So with that, I would like to move the item. I think it's very important, and I hope that the public also will recognize the importance of this bond issue.
This is not a votable, right, this is not a votable item, it's just a report, so.
Well, I absolutely support this. I guess that I've made my point clear.
Mr. Segura?
Yes, yeah, I support this first reading, if that makes sense. But, yeah, and I know, I actually think we're behind on doing things that we should have done to this district. When was the last time we put out a bond?
2018 was the last time we went to the voters, but it was about 2 years ago that we could issue bonds.
Right, so we had
there's
like
two
a
different
delay
pieces.
in issuing those, and that's kind of, that really set us back, and everything's deteriorated even more since then. And I'm happy that these, where the money was spent in terms of the athletic fields that are online to get upgraded, modernized at the schools. My question is, if we wanted to have PLA language in this now rather than later, why not have it now? You're going to get feedback one way or the other, then or now. And I know they've done it at San Diego Unified. Not that we have to do everything they do there, but it's out there in front, and I don't see how that hurts us.
If I may, President Sivia. So on that question, again, this is the reason for a first reading. We can definitely take that question back. There may be some limitations that we need to explore further. But at this point, that's why you do a first reading,
Right.
to get these types of input. So
I appreciate that.
So we'll look into it further.
And just so you know, I'm in total agreement on the PLA. I think that it's a more economical way to go, and it helps to create local jobs, and I think that's really important for our entire economy.
Thank you, Ms. Quirk. Oh, I'm sorry, Isaiah, I didn't see you. I apologize for that.
I have kind of a random question. What is the percentage of voters needed to like approve the bond?
That's actually not that random. It's a very important question. So I'll ask Ms. Quirk.
It's actually 55%.
And the context of that? So there's,
I'm not sure where you're going, so I'm not sure.
So at some point, there was a proposition that went to the voters, and the voters said that in order to pass a school bond with 55%, you needed at least 55% if you had certain things in place, such as a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Alternatively, if you don't want to do something like that, you can go to the voters, and the requirement is what they call a supermajority. So it would be 66%.
Yeah.
So we're choosing, at this point, the way it's currently worded, it would be the 55% option with those mechanisms of oversight.
So then you understand why we did the studies ahead of time, to be able to see, hey, man, are we going to be able to get this approved or not? And we have the threshold to be able to do that. I think that's what we want to
And then I have a follow-up. Sure. Is there ad spend? Like, if this is going to be on the ballot, it said August, so obviously it's in November, but what I'm saying is there's 8 weeks before the election. So is there some sort of ad spend, or is it just give it to the voters?
So we as a district do not do that. Right. There's a separate committee that's established to do that. We don't participate in that. In terms of the reason for why it's in August, because the registrar of voters has a deadline, because then they print all the material. So the registrar, that's actually a registrar of voters deadline. Good question.
Do we have to circulate petitions and get petition signatures for this?
For that, I'll defer to Ms. Carbuccia.
Well, I guess that was a really good question, because that's not our normal process. We end up submitting it to the registrar of voters. If you, as a board, were to take action, signatures aren't needed. Generally speaking, if the public wants to put something onto a ballot of a municipality, then signatures are required. But when the governing body wants to, that isn't a signature requirement.
Thank you. We're going to school on you tonight.
Dr. Arancibia, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you, President Arancibia. Just wanted to say thank you. And Mr. Segura and myself have been here 9 years, going on 10, so we are 10 years. But so I just, for your comments, move it further than 10 years. But just as I've advocated for funds federally and in the state level, this is the only other way we can get money. Unless California changes its structure, there's no way we can get any. We can't go sell things and make money to build things. It's just impossible. So I understand the frustration from some of our folks, but this is the only way that we can go out there and get money to improve our schools. So with that is just we have to do this, because that's the only way we're going to get the funds to make sure our schools are up to date and we do the best we can for our students. And with prices going up, I think that the money that we got previously only goes so far. So we have to keep doing this unless the state of California changes the way they give us our funds. If the federal government gave us the money we needed for special ed, we wouldn't be in this issue, and we'd have money to do what we need to do with the general fund, and we can't, because we're supposed to get, what was it, 6?
We're supposed to receive 40% to cover any and all of the special ed by federal government, and we get about anywhere between 6 and 8%.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's a big chunk that we have to cover with the general fund, which we could be using for fixing our schools. So I know it's a tough pill, but we just have to do it. And I know, Mr. Chair, but I respect you and I care about you, but we have to keep pushing for this because that's the only way we can do it. Thank you.
Again, that was a first reading. After that first reading, we can move on to the next item. Dr. Arancio?
Yes, we will move on to M4. According to my records, M4, accept bid 242868 AM and award contract to Byram Davy Incorporated for Castle Park High Stadium modernization. Mr. Segura, you pulled it.
Yes, sir. So I pulled this, and I'm just so thankful that this is on the agenda. I talked to many community members, and they, especially the ones who are graduates of Castle Park High School, are going to have students there, are very supportive of this. They look forward to it. It's something that not only that the students, but the community will, really needs and appreciates. It's there's a lot of activity done on those campuses, on those fields, during school, after school, on weekends, and it's just be a great thing to have. And I know that the community members had spoken up about it when they came, and they felt that they were being neglected. And although we were already in process of doing this, it's always great to hear student-led their voices in the community. So I truly appreciate that being here. And after this gets approved, I would like, before the graduation, to have two big-ass signs, one in the front showing what we're going to do there, so all the parents could see it, and one where in the stadium somewhere, so all the parents can see it. And I know you can see it on social media, but it's right there in their face. I think it's a very powerful statement. And with that, I will move this for approval.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item N8, accept bid and award contract number 242886 DP to Bonita Pipeline Incorporated for the sinkhole repair and the lowest responsive bidder meeting the district's bid terms, conditions, and specification. This is pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
I have reviewed the documentation on N8, and for the life of me, I cannot identify where the sinkhole is. Miss Emerald, I had a senior moment right then. With much respect, your comments, and I'm going to reiterate what Mr. Solis, Mr. Solis just said. If you look to your left, three of the people on the dais were here 8 to 9 years ago. And additionally, I would like to respectfully say that if the dais would take the time to research and review the language of previous bonds, they might just have an understanding of my concern. Trustee Solis, you've got to be the nicest man I've ever met, and we really haven't met. But no matter what I say, you always are so respectful. And you can disagree with me. I just wish you would have been like my husband. I don't mean that, but literally. I mean, I wish my husband would have been more like you, because you just have a way of telling me I really don't agree with you, but yet I don't get torqued off. So thank you for that.
No further speakers.
That's nice.
Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Q3, adopt a resolution number 4900 committing to student safety related to all students, including non-binary, transgender, and LGBTQ plus youth.
I have one speaker, Dina Donato Pamor.
Thank you for the district's public declaration of its support for the safety and inclusion of our LGBTQ plus youth in the school community. I appreciate being able to reach out to the district's consultant and receive support and guidance with working with my LGBTQ students. A request, if I may, that counselors need information on what resources the district has available to assist us as we support our students. And this request also applies to resolution in Q6. If you are able to give us that kind of resource, or at least a list of who we can go to, that would take away from the guessing games that the counselors have to go through.
And then, Ms. Donato, I don't think it was, I asked for this to be put on. It wasn't necessarily as in terms of curriculum or anything. It was more about a goodwill effort on the part of our district to actually include our students as part of a larger dialogue. One of the things that was kind of shocking to us when we went to some of the lobbying activities that are going on outside San Diego and Southern California, or the major metropolitan centers of San Diego, was hearing entire school boards being against this, and actually targeting our students in this community. And to me, it's just, it was one of those situations, that was one of the shocks, and then what happened in Oklahoma with the targeting of the student that was trans. And I wanted to give us somewhat of credit for being really ahead of the game and actually being there proactively to protect our students. As a father of a kid who is non-binary, I think this is one of the things that we have to remind ourselves in terms of the future and being open. And one of the reasons why do you think I geek out so much on the choir and the performing arts is because that's one of the few spaces that we have for our queer kids and non-binary kids and transgender kids over there. And you know what? They defend each other, they protect each other, so when they do face those oppressive moments in the school districts from people or from staff, they understand where to go, where to access their resources to be able to protect themselves. So this is when I put this on there. I am thankful that our district is ahead of the curve and is above this. And I know it wasn't so much about the program, but it's our responsibility incumbent to us as educators, as leaders in the community, as parents, to make sure that what happened in Oklahoma never happens here. And I'm sorry I'm so adamant, but when I saw that, I thought of my kid, and I started like crying because we cannot be a community that allows that to happen.
Absolutely, and that's why I thank you for having that proclamation out there.
Thank you.
A question with regard to that. I know you've moved it, I'll second it, but the question here is amassing resources, pulling together resources that would be available either online or in counseling places or something, and is that something that we would pursue as part of this? It's not just something that I suspect we're all going to vote on, but we need to follow up with hard information and resources that the young people and counselors can use to work together with the kids. Huh?
For sure.
Thank you.
May I? At the Mental Health Summit, there were tables by every school, as well as community resources there to share. And it was very nice to see the outside community partners there, while also seeing the tables with the other schools in which they had activities. And I participated in one of those activities and failed greatly.
I'm so
Because
sorry.
I could not take a sticker off its backing.
Oh, well.
It was bad.
All those resources were there, so perhaps we go back to all of those sources and start getting them together and pull together a program. I think that would be terrific. Okay. So that'd be part of the and then seconding your motion, Dr. Ansiri. Maybe we can add that as part of the motion, that we would create information that's available to students, to staff, whoever's interested.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The final item, Q7, adopt resolution 4906 designating May 6th to 12th, 2024 as National School Nurse Week.
I have one speaker, Dina Donato Pamor.
School nurses are the unsung heroes and heroes at the school sites. One person for a school of over 2,600 students, or even 800 students, is a daunting situation. I have been fortunate to work with school nurses who love their job, have a ready smile, patience, and compassion for everyone who walk in their offices, and also have gone above and beyond their responsibilities, such as creating closets of clean and stylish clothing for our students or having ready snacks for them. Again, I love this term. I'm gonna just kill it tonight. Ese Juan Videri, to be rather than to seem. That's our school nurses.
No further speakers.
So moved.
So, if I could just add real quickly, you know, they're invaluable. You know, a lot of our students, this is the only mental help they're going to get. Physical help, if they, you know, for anything they might need, is our nurses, and they provide an incredible service, and I truly appreciate them. Thank you for mentioning this, Dr. Arencibia.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And with that, I'm going to say one last time to our JC, Jenny Carbucha, happy birthday. And we love you, and have a good rest of the happy birthday, okay?